Hello. Hi everyone. How's it going today? Hope you're all doing well. Anyway, we're doing more Ace Attorney. We're going back to that. Now that birthday stuff is all over. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, there I am. Hi. Alright, let's load up the game and get started. Being the best dang attorney in the world. Okay. It's been a bit. Let me try and remember what we were doing. Ah, yes. This is what we're doing. Alright. So we're back at the trial again. We found the mad scientist, magician guy. We took him into justice. Well, we're going to bring him to justice. We're gonna find out what all this is about. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here! Why, naturally! A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times! Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, I really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will! I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject! Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's that? Oh my god, I realized. Hold on, I'm sorry. Don't worry. It's just the stuff we went over last time, don't worry. This is why it sucks to have nobody in chat sometimes. You don't see these things. Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. I was had to employ a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Alice has been busy. Alice doesn't have the air to go that far. She's too nice. I said the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh. I don't know, because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, I'm going to take that insult lying down, Professor. What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. Wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. The professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? Was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. Don't turn it to wraps. Was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Alright. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Slowly not the yard, just doing what we can. The shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. It'll take me a bit to get into the voices again. It's been a bit. Well, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Hair gonna lay all this to rest at last. Wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. Still amazed they managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial's about to resume. Time to make your way in the courtroom at once. Here we go. This is it then. Final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. Strange foreboding. As if something's gonna happen in this trial I'm not ready for. Uh-oh. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Find the truth! Uh-oh. Something's gonna go wrong. Whew. Alright. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution defense ready to proceed? Oh, yep, there he is. There's the guy. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks is apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. The oddly familiar one. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh my god. Oh cool, he has a sword as well. I therefore instruct my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. The smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. He's still suffering from amnesia. There's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job responding to the demands of the court made yesterday, and instead have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people of this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Fake scientists feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides' defense. And, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? Explosion? This is an outrage! Well, we know who did it, actually. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Oof. Oh, the thing's open. Uh-oh. What's in there, though? Yes, a terrible business. He didn't destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon. I'm actually going to check this stuff out right now. Just get out of the way. And see what this could be. Death by hang confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Oh boy. And let's take a look at this. I don't know, what's with that thing in the middle? What does it lead to?
Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution for the machine by Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Oh boy.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
So Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, notes the professor, he's being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Yannick Dreber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense tends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreber, to the stand.
Oh god, I forgot about this guy.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Dreber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. Oh boy. There's no sounds of this time. Thought there'd be talking noises.
The file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment, carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Dreber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis of reality at last. What?
Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that blew up.
Objection.
We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection.
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method, demonstrates feasibility, nothing more.
But nothing.
You've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you'll now give your formal testimony. But the machine that you constructed for the purpose of demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. Alright. This can only go well. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's direction. Provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. The whole show was a fraud and would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst the Crystal Tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. Deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed did, my lord. See, the swindler who praised our innocent scientists illicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged to physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secret to some deceptive wiles to significantly talented scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Let's heckin' do it. Let's get this guy. Let's start pressing.
Hold it!
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But had no interest in his private affairs. If he's an unscrupulous investor, is no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So had Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. Let's take a look at some things. Did we get the blueprints? I don't think we got the blueprints to it. No. Let's examine this. Okay, it does say this. Wait a minute, it doesn't say his name on it. That doesn't have his name on it, does it? Like, I can kind of read it. Let me get this back here. Yeah, it doesn't say his name on it. You don't know if that's his or not. It just says it's found in his workshop. It's not necessarily his.
Hold it!
It's clear you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But the implication is that I've furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there is nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. It must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin! We just went over the fact they...
Objection!
We just went over the fact they didn't have one.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looks sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sith absolutely ruled that as a possibility.
It is beyond question the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So can have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical, Mr. Asman, then? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing in my mind. Let's take a look at some things. So that's what Mr. Odiasman looked like. Do we have anything else to go on? Ah. A key. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you can remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me this is a guy that looks just like Odiasman and he was the one. They used the waxwork model for it. Oh no. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. This is all we're gonna get out of it right now. What if we had the key to it, though? Is that why is that why he stole the waxwork model? Because it looks like... Oh, boy. Oh, no. I'm worried. Crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from there at the time, yes.
I don't think that's correct, actually. I don't believe that's correct. Damage to the base. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another unique invention was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. Saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting head first to the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How'd you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like myself reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he'd broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend's been doing his research, it seems.
Do you know which injury is the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level such things can be determined. What we do know is the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken.
It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. So it's hard to deny. I do want to go back to this. Crash head first. Let me look at this again. Damage to its base. No thank you. I don't believe that. 1 second. Examine the birdcage that crashed in the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet to the glass of the Crystal Tower. The level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. Damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. Birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So I have reports of the birdcage falling headlong in the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there are two birdcages at play that day, which at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah. How'd you get the red text on half of your thing?
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness!
Well...
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. Damage to the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first at the tower.
But multiple witnesses' reports claimed it fell head first.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. It now to some 60 feet above ground level.
It's approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet in the Crystal Tower and the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
Oh? Of everything scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there, that would be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. Wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish a deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, but a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
Seems to me the cross-examination had better continue to resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony of details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ugh, nearly had him there. Oh. Oh, I know exactly where.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage for the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asm on the experimentation stage, that's true. The victim's neck broke as a result of impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. He fell through the stage because there's a hole there.
The balloon that exploded was an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. A difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location for which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage to the sky above the Crystal Tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. I believe, though. I believe now is time we present this photo, because there's a hole!
Objection!
Nope. Nope. But there's a hole in the thing! There's a hole in the stage, man! It's literally in the picture. There's a hole in the stage. It fell through. Ugh. Fine. Whatever you say, game. Whatever you say. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I've been fighting manifold problems if I foolishly let my brain digest the ideas behind them. But what about the scientist? You're not a scientist, but you have a science trophy. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Is this where you present the trophy, I'm guessing? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment results in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimentation results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now the machine's been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion. It can be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, I'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Professor Asman and his man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work. I don't let them get away with it. Saying his professor's an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay. Apparently this means nothing to the court. In fact, there's a hole in there. Let's try this.
Objection!
Nope. God dang it. God dang it. Like, I'm doing... My logic isn't wrong, I don't think. But it's like... Man. Trying to think, let's... The distance makes sense, but like... Ugh. Wait. Well, ugh. Like, this was found in the clothing of Professor Waxwork, but is the game gonna be like, no, that's not it, that's not where you use it, you have to use it later, or you have to examine it again, or something like that? I'm annoyed. This game... Ugh. Man... I don't know what to believe. I'm like... Ugh. The game's... I don't know. We present this sketch, maybe? Or... I guess we have to prove that this is 30 feet, do we? This might be it, then. That might have to be it. If this is wrong, though, I'm just gonna restart, I think. I'm gonna restart this section, because...
Objection!
Okay, good. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. I guess because we're relying so heavily... I guess we're, like, grasping for straws. So we really need to find anything that can prove our point. So I guess this is it. I may be thinking through this a bit wrong. You know what? Somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down to Crystal Tower. Fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, see if there's one other possible location for which the birdcage could have fallen. Same distance of 30 feet. No.
Well, it appears the fence is a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
Indicate the place to which you're referring on the same diagram.
Sorry.
Alternative location which the birdcage could possibly fall in the requisite 30 feet.
The stage here.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
It's exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage is the machine on the stage. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
Turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. Look at the diagram, in fact. You see, it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. That makes sense, yeah. The experiment got underway and the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there's to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience let fall almost exactly the same distance. And I think now we have to prove there's a hole in the floor of the stage. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence the stage had such a contrivance in its design. I do, actually. Someone's responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Okay, we don't have to prove it. Dang it. This game.
Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone!
It's most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The fence calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately! Mr. Drebber! It was you who built the Kinesis machine. Which means that was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. It's the construction of the machine that matters. Machine designed to take Mr. Asbin's life. And to lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door. So that it could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Uh-oh.
Objection!
Oh god. Slice. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff of the expedition has attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. I've already explained why you wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense of the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed at the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Ugh, a motive? I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract in which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted on that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness has neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. God. Where's this case even going anymore?
Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
It's true. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage on the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He could have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution isn't able to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion. There are undeniable truths, too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. Came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, reputation is defiled. Prosecution's counter set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believe there was only 1 birdcage, and now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Oh! Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. No, he's frowning. That's a big old frown. So if circumstances mean it's impossible you could have carried out the crime yourself, points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but of someone else, of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
You gotta. What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. But he's a scoundrel! One way or another, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? Name the accomplice. Defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Okay. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. According to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. What if the report was wrong, though? The inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel?
My lord?
You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, Then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Well, 2 bird cages. If the report is lying... then it must be you. If I recall correctly, these two seem to be familiar to each other. Unless I'm misthinking. I don't remember well, but... they're 2 bird cages, but the fingerprints are the same on both places. 2 bird cages is true, so this must be false. Right?
Take that!
And the person in question is... what's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely gonna make waves. A lot of waves. Confederate will turn every single person in this courtroom against me. You sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Thank you, Mrs. Sada. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Oh boy, here we go. Alright then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith.
What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Sith?
The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there are 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officer included, were banished to make way with the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. Defense demands that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. If 2 bird cages is true, then the fingerprints must be wrong.
You've got a nerd, lad.
Got a nerve, lad.
Standing up there, dragging the aunt's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. So how dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wild in the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem? Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? It's gotta be the guy. It's gonna be the wax figure. We have the head of it.
The cage must have also contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim been reported. There was a missing wax sculpture, though.
Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of body double for Mr. Asman.
Ugh, it's true. The argument is that there are 2 bird cages. There must have also been 1 person inside each. I don't know if I've gotten the answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stone was achieved? Present evidence. Very well. Defense will address my learned Fred's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? Do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court's expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Because any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! Body double inside the second birdcage was... Ba-ba-da-ba!
Take that!
You know the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, it contained something else. It's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed to the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself, and come out with it! Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I need that. She's enabling all of our stupid ideas. Just saying the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there! Why else would he have stolen it? How do we immediately get the whole thing in here? Open your eyes, look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation, indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussbell's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage as a bidle for Mr. Asmund. Ugh. And I'm guessing that if we take off the mask, it looks just like Mr. Odi Asmund. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. They did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are you really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Oh boy. We just need to open the thing and it'll show us.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Got most of them right. But I'm not changing them. No, sir.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury's reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen. We should get through this, Miss Naruhodo, as we always do. Uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. Gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual. See if I can persuade them to change their minds.
Defense will now embark on summation examination.
He's not even asking if I will, he just knows I will.
Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defense is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Okay. Here we go. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof this waxwork of inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence is. He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Oh, God.
Alright. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it's Mr. Adsman's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What do you think of Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment. I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. I had something in mind, but I'll get to it when we get the chance. Reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, let's prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Let me get to the thing first. Yes, my lord. Let me get to the thing first, and then I'll point out what I'm thinking. Oh god, they did this out of order. Wait. The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. I can't present evidence here, but let me check something. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens. Courtney. Courtney S. I'm suspicious. They wouldn't use a repeat name without reason here. They wouldn't. Okay, but anyway. Oh, this guy's gonna have some beef with the police officer. Juror number 6, is he? Wait, nope, do not pit. Press. Why'd they put pit before press? What sort of problems?
let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stages while we work with close proximity to audiences. So perform a great magic in parks, street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Up, there it is. Haha.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Something to say in response to that, Mr. Automole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like this man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, was it like this?
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner to question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of investigation done right. Especially Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She's the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney We got him. Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name.
Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. Sith now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I think you change your statement to include that name? Yup, sure could.
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Yup. It sure does. It has something to do with the corner, it sure does. Mm-hmm, yup.
Objection!
Yep, it sure does have something to do with it. These statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! 2 statements you refer, counsel.
So juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? Well, what can I do for you? Presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. Brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which turns revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens. Through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked the waxwork with the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling!
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. Very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I'd ask the court to look at this. Evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith, the master murderer, knows the professor. You better believe that it's Dr. Sith and Dr. Stevens.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer known as the professor.
The professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens!
Strike a light!
It appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Droves very deliberately stole the waxwork of Professor Madame Tussbells. Wait. I have ideas where this is going, but I don't know exactly where. Actually, that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we've yet to uncover. The Professor is Asman. I thought, I was like, he looks just like him. I was like, he either looks exactly like him or he is him. I guess he is him. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, that. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Alright, we exploited that out of her.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not when there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Oh boy. Where's this going? Ugh. Okay. So what now? Oh! Oh, this is where we, use the glass, isn't it? Because the glass was... Yes, aha! We do have evidence.
Hold it!
We claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. There's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. Waxwork had been used. The culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you want to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. Perhaps it means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I sure can. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, must warn you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. To give you a jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence to prove the waxwork is inside that birdcage. Namely, we have the piece of broken glass.
Take that!
What's that? Piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the great exhibition, where the very instant we're talking about took place. The day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So what do you say? Now the clear evidence to support the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you shown me here, yes, feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you'll amend your statement now, please.
Oh boy, now we get to pit again. Oh, but hold on. Oh, I should probably press the other people now, shouldn't I?
Hold it!
Gotta ask, why have you brought that corn to court with you? Total Cobb, he's been going back at the farm. Picked him off on the way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe we could wait until after the trial? Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. Need colonels at times like these. But if I have somewhat big to decide, the colonel always points me in that direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn. Nibble nobble guilty bobble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bobble. Nibble not guilty out. Oh god. I see, I get it. I get it. I get it! Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling of flower petals like people do back home. Professor Harebrain's face being decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Whew, I don't know about that. Your tum's awfully full already. Amazed. Game? Can't keep getting away. I'm sorry, I keep making that reference too much, but... It seems a little far-fetched to think the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot. There really is no reason why particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asman's double. Let's do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. Jurors, I'm sure that's the key to this. But the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. Read a book while seeing a rice cracker, Miss Naruhodo. I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes. Alright, we haven't pressed the first guy. Well, the first guy. We haven't pressed this guy. Juror number 1. We're only just starting to understand this case. But what are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those birds is Sal Pond Street's caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Yeah? Yeah? Oh.
That's right! Oh, that woman was at the forefront of this country's fight against crime! I dare she's somehow involved in this murky business and load of old tosh!
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. I don't know if we can pit this guy against the other guy. This we have to use, probably. Well, we have evidence now. But is this the right thing to do? Is it these two? Is it these two? Is this what we do? I mean, we don't have much else. This says that we have evidence. Okay. I guess we've got it. The first jurors number 1 and 3 don't have much we can work off of. So let's try it. Fingers crossed.
Objection.
Hey, the music stopped. We're good. Two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! 2 statements you aver, counsel.
You put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? Why not? It's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation of the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage day in question. It's not without supporting evidence. It's since demonstrated to jurors sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Yes. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't stand much beside Code LeCop, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now, this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence. It'd be wrong of me as a matter of science not to pursue the matter further.
Hey. Now, are we gonna get Corn Cob Girl, or... well, me too then. Sorry. This brave gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See? I would dream of going against Colonel Cobb, but I always got stuff in between the ears. Okay. Sure. Alright. Sure. Success! If you can call it that. God.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. Result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue.
We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. God. God. Okay.
A waxwork to the despicable professor uses a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it appears that does at least warrant further investigation.
So the waxwork of the professor links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith. I'm convinced there's special significance to that link.
I know what you're hoping to prove, lad, but I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper in the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels.
I really thought Lord Vinziques would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness, with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
I don't like the sounds of that. I don't like the sounds of that, man.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution shall summon the new witness and prepare for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. What does it mean? What does it all mean? I'm concerned. Here we go. What the heck is going on? I'm in anguish. I'm in pain. The Knight Errant himself! Have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time! Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. A spectator, at least. Had you been enjoying yourself? I have to ask. What on earth is going on? Makes no sense. What's the professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who'd been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart found sympathies. As turns out, Lord Van Ziek's even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Oh, I just remembered. Sholmes was, like, even more evidence that he is the professor is that, it was one of these pictures that he was like, oh! No, it was this. He was like, oh! Because he saw the scene. He saw the graveyard thing. Then he was like, you'll find out. Yes, how true. It's a great friend from university in the dock. And now waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance, too. Actually, even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow. To throw that in front of the man. Make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, so what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zieks. Seems that everyone in the trials are linked to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me, oh, who's this? Uh-oh. Oh god. Dr. Sith. Ah, Dr. Courtney Sith. Miss Stevens. Good to you. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why'd you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years for the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Policemen on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. And I've accused you of being complicit in what's happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what's really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. Have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Jesus. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. Let's make our way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good! We should make ourselves scarce then. Punched a bar of caramel earlier. I should be gnawing on that to not away the truth. Yeah. The caramel's back. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially a bit about whatever may come to pass. I don't like this. I do not like this. Time for the final chapter, then. Determined to find the truth. No matter what. Our first case after getting our license back. And we're gonna lose it immediately, aren't we? You had one chance, and now you've gone and unearthed even more secrets that weren't supposed to be unearthed. Okay. He's still there, the professor.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
The court is aware the case under scrutiny began with a damaging incident of great commission. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponic is involved, my lord.
So then, let's begin our explanation of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks?
My lord?
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, ready to be summoned. Alright. Very well then. Bring in the witness. Okay. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Oh, new camera angle. He's about to become a lot more intense. Trevor's responsible, as I'm sure he is. Because he must have an accomplice. Dr. Sith. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. It's the model of the professor. Wait. Trevor was at the site. He was the guy with the camera who saw the guy. He was involved in that respect. Uh-oh. That's a key to link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but present's all we have to go on. I hope we get our points back. Oh my god. Oh, it's Sholmes! State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. Left to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
The waxwork model kidnapped?
Well, the animation. Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasmin.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I test to say what is evident, but Odiasmin does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remained a closely guarded national secret.
But what if Dr. Sith knows about it? There's
no possible way the repository of Tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspels' principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. And voila, principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxer from the time of the French Revolution. Remember the Tuspel's family is said to have made a wax with the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The marvel's on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. It has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? We, the true visage of the killer, is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror through Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should have come. You should come.
I think, madam, would better be ventured to hear a formal testimony on this matter. You'll explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Oh boy.
How would the secrets leak to her? To her? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. The gravedigger was... Drebin. Drebin. It's not Drebin. I keep saying Drebin because Metal Gear Solid. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Oh boy.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
I will do all that's necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels will not be Tuspels if we not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh. Yep, that's him. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that skull. Sure, geez, that guy sure has long hair. That's black. That was black. And has the weird eyeball. Mr. Drebber's Dreadful Encounter. It literally says it right there. This is the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it. It literally says Mr. Drebber's Deadly Encounter. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. It's a waxer from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident of the great exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sith. There has to be some reason for that. It hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. He didn't actually die, is the thing, I'm guessing. Like, Dr. Sith was like, yeah, he died. Wink, wink, he died. Here's the report, wink, 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 wink. But he's, like, actually not dead. And Drebber was the gravekeeper who saw the thing. Oh, boy. But why? Why? Why is any of this? Hey, can we, look at something here real quick? Okay, it's not something we can, like, examine closer, but Mr. Drebber right there. Ah, Charles Darwin. The Great Stink. hold on. Locate Sarah just behind the prison on the night of the foul demon's execution. The newly interred professor forced off his grave cover. He's called free the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more. The youth finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. A university student who experienced the shocking event, Mr. Enoch Drebber, disciple of science at the University of London, resident of student dorms. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? What the heck? What? What do you mean? Okay, let's start pressing.
Hold it!
What? That rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Alright, notice what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumors whispered all over the city. It was like this. It was a Lowgate cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. The young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. An instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bolt struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, it's exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? We, special exhibits model of the very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. Something is described as a rumor. It doesn't necessarily mean that's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man has suffered the intended fate.
But Dr. Sith wrote the report, which means she could have falsified it. Nope, didn't mean to do that. He knows. He knows. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's hear a little about this. Is that true of every waxworker museum, then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from prison criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When our time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Come inside. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. For some criminals, a symbol of status, even. Guess nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. It's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor.
Whose form he claimed to have captured by taking impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels.
Hold it!
Sure, that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietor of this repository of novelties
was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It's the raison d'etre of the Tuspels Museum. But the man was convicted in closed court, sent for immediate execution. Surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present would know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret! I understand. And now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, I took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Okay. Wait, so do you have the gun? Oh, wait, no. Okay, whatever.
Hold it!
You're there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties capturing the subject form correctly, so I moved the mask. The mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances I would have assisted with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. Wriggly mortis? It's a name given a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. Approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and flexible. And from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education. Slightly scary one. That timeline doesn't make a lot of sense, though, does it? Okay. If his muscles were relaxing, then he would have been dead for 10 hours. Or had, like, literally just died. Or, yeah, let's see. I might be overthinking it. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open. It is very difficult to do my work. Okay, so it's does that make sense, though? I think I'm overthinking it. Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. What about that information the court just heard from Madame Tuspels? I think it is significant in a way. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Do you mind including your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. Do not mind at all. Can't help feeling that after this latest topic. The atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien, sir. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me check some things though. Oh, hold on. Sorry, phone yelled at me. Let me check this again. Death by hang confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. When exactly did you do this? Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui, said Ka. Of course the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize waxwork artists would be so well versed in the subject. No, this is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I had no idea about it. Legal medicine? How'd you know about legal medicine? Unless a certain coroner was working with you. I can ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. Okay. As dawn approached...
Hold it!
Said dawn was approaching. What's the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th June, so the earliest sunrise that year.
Indeed it did. First I've been at 4:40 in the morning.
It really is early. The fact is I had very little time, so I finished work in half an hour. Necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. Somebody had discovered me there, would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, it's just particularly significant? Okay, I think I am onto something. I thought the timeline was a bit weird, and I was overthinking it, but might not be overthinking it. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise. Could you clue them your testimony? Leave them as significant. Here we go. Of course. So you would like me to? Quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. Sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. Alright, let's see. What do you say about the exact time? The half hour before sunrise. Sunrise is at 4:30-ish. Most exactly? It doesn't matter, but 4:40. Okay. Half hour before sunrise, so you finish it at like 4. So that was right before rigor mortis. Before the corpse was interred. Wait. They wouldn't immediately put the corpse in the graveyard. Or, wait, Wait, never mind then. If he died at midnight, rigor mortis would happen at 3. But you did it at 4. Wait a minute. 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 That doesn't seem right. That does not seem right. But do I present on this one or this one? Because we got both of these. This specifically mentions rigor mortis, so I think...
Objection!
Hey! That was right. That was the right statement. Wasn't sure if it was this one or the next one. Man, tough spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. Confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because their testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tussauds was creating her wax suppression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. He was, though. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sith's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. The professor indeed died at midnight that day. By the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Wait, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the same time. Impossible! Oh my god. How many people are connected in this?
Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sith, you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night. Without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. What if he didn't die at the He died because of the gunshot. Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe. But to explain the link, that's how he got up out of his coffin. He died from the gunshot, but... Dr. Sith, the professor, and one other person of interest. I've evidence that'll explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Oh, is this where we do the... What really happened at the execution? I think it's this, literally. The letter says on the night of his execution, so yes.
Take that!
Okay, we're good. I was looking at the top right of the screen to see if we messed up, but no, we're good. Have the night written very plainly in this newspaper article. Execute criminal returned to the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, this article's to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there's a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Ma oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story did write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
In any case, that was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
It's literally his name in there. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes.
You'll substantiate his claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
It's obviously the guy that was there, and it says his name is there. Mr. Drebber. Oh my god. I have to do everything.
Take that!
The man in question was Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber?
Drebin. The previous witness?
Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork. Recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave. And beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order! 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 Surely not, Counsel.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all that talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussballs doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. Your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Madame Tussballs? It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my!
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. Oh boy, story time. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. Saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is! University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man, discover the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night, and make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactly, man. He was studying science at the University of London those days. He was just a poor student. Paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. Since that time, has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? I don't get it. I need help. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. The public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote, now soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, which essentially uses a body double of the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, how would the man do such a thing? Because he knows who it is, probably. Which brings 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed at Crystal Tower. Birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Aslan, but the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sith would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. The criminal's apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Oh my god. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
What Van Ziek says, bring her in. She told so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Ziek won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. I think I misspoke that line the same way as I did before, so yeah. Something happened the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody wanted to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Yes!
But Lord Van Zeeks, there is a physician from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in a particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Trevor and Dr. Sith both take the stand together. Oh my god.
Order! Very well, I'll uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sith, the Forensic Investigation Team, and was compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Trevor and Dr. Sith. They were colluding with one another, and this crime could never have been committed. Just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. Who's behind all this? It's about to come out. We're about to lose our license because we went against the Lord Chief Justice's orders. They're all here now. The gang's all here. Thank you for your attendance at short notice, Dr. Sith. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Trevor, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you're the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. There's a belief of the defense that you collaborate with each other and are both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? Talking, of course, about the waxwork. The small of the killer knows the professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. The sole witness of the mysterious event was you, Mr. Trevor, wasn't it? What you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality. It'll make you prove to a very great seeker of dark science. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Trevor, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night at Lowgate Cemetery. What's he gonna say? What an interesting twist. But at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later. Suddenly my story matters in a court of law too. Very well then, if one so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Here we go.
So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago is for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. You never actually saw him. What was the camera for, then? You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you leave the corpse come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ugh. Details in the article aren't true. Nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith would have been working together. So he's crediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists, particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale! You would invite divine retribution, sir!
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus, eventually unearthed my name, put it in print. Caused me great many headaches, and yet I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. What's the camera gonna be for, then? Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claimed to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
Here we go!
Let's start pressing.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely I need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. Hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't open express interest in obtaining more by dubious means. Aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. A hospital that perhaps a certain coroner might have worked with as well? We would never take anything of value for the graves. This is all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we strolled to graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you can expect the gravest of consequences.
Not you too! We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Sir Harebrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity of which you reveal this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. The illustration based on when I witnessed that night. Let's take a look at that again, just in case. It looks like he's wearing the mask in this. But that's not what he really looks like. Actually, wait. How would they know he's an Iron Mask? If you never saw it? Yeah, actually. Hold on. Hold on. You never saw him, huh? How'd you know he had a mask on? Because that was clearly... That was clearly in the thing. You just put a normal guy's face if you... Just put a normal guy's face on there or something, or like a normal zombie face. But a mask? How'd you know? Huh? Ha 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 ha? Yeah? Yeah, buddy? Sorry, Mr. Jarbo, I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim? You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration of this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. Wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mrs. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable the artist would include the mask in an illustration. Gotcha there. Haha, hee hee ho ho, we gotcha.
Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
Tell me sweet little lies. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. Oh. As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. I mean, he did have a camera, I guess.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally in selfless business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellows use such a mask to protect us in anonymity. Wouldn't you say? There's more of the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, and next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If Gravedigger had shot some in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. If it was an embellishment, then why isn't it included? Yeah, why isn't it included in her scene? The bullet. Ma'am Tussbells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventure to the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Oh? Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tespels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered all over you when he was shot. Blood that spattered. There's blood on the camera! There's blood on the camera! Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
That will do! Mr. Drebber.
Yes?
You have viewed the account just given by Madame Tespels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it'd be best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. You know the camera has blood on it, and he had the camera at the scene. There's no gunshot behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. There was spattering blood at the camera, which you were holding. What? Oh my god, do I have to examine it again? The game's pulling this on me again. I hate it. They add more. So I was allowed to examine the bird cage and get that information immediately. But this I have to wait until right now. Just to get this open. Why? Why? Let's open it up. There's blood there. Let's examine the blood again. Even though it says we've already examined it, let's try it again. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? What? Huh? That's... Ugh. Oh! This is also new. God dang it, man. Ugh. I hate when I'm right, but I'm not right enough. Young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I've explained, I went by the name published in the article and... Comics how I found the man. That's the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork yourself made, gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. Should sell what little I had to sell. I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else for me that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? This camera. Ah. Okay, so now we can examine it more. Oh yes, made a point to take it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It's a Tuspel's way. It seemed then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Dark stain you can see on the bellows. Okay, so now we present it here. I'm gonna examine this again, just to be absolutely sure. Just to be abso-positively sure. Okay, I have nothing new to say about the blood. I think just updating that it is his camera.
Objection!
There we go. Haha, finally. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. This camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Notice that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I suppose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct. On the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, Now, furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Gah! Oh boy. We're getting to it now. There's simply no way he could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that
Objection!
night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone!
Oh. Yes, my lord. Clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Well, clearly,
Take that!
it's the good doctor. The obvious answer is Dr. Sith. Sith.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor...
That would be an unprecedented scandal!
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up!
It's exactly because of those monumental repercussions Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Azimuth with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ugh. Oh my god. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice. and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me!
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well... we have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my Lord Nipponi's friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine a sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage steps with so much at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture, being instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Are you forgetting his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
That the contract is very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the hand of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for Government Grant, he had no guarantee for receiving in the first place. Mr. Scram was the aim. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense at all. But if Asman is... if Asman is the professor, then... Wait! What the heck? Hello? Hello? Okay, hey now. That's news. Which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say if one last chance for the jury lose their patience with this charade. Odie Asman's name. He made the picture for the article that showed his name. It's revenge for that. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw caution to the wind and threaten his own country? Okay.
At that point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly Mr. Asman, Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Okay. Okay. Yes, my lord. Establish the motive explains why the witness on a victim dead is here. So we need 2 pieces of evidence. Let's check the contract. Also, that's the same signature, so yes, definitely.
Take that!
Mr. Drebber, I have here the contract that you signed, Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I have no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. As turns out, this contract actually helps to establish the real motive for the murder you committed.
It does? Well, I never!
What are you talking about? Read again, you idiot! I'm not finished. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I need this contract. And one other piece of evidence. What other evidence? It's the newspaper that showed he saw the thing, and he got made fun of, and he left university, ruined his life. Ha ha hee ho. It's this, it's the exact same signature.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail's been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel shouldn't have been written. Typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Objection!
But there's something significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
It's that common link. That shows very clearly why you're determined to kill Mr. O.D. Asman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Right here.
Take that!
These two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. If you look at the contract here, which is signed between the witness and the victim last year, it clearly seems Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim in this case, Mr. O.D. Asman. Nope, he's collapsed.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, presuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale! You invite divine retribution, sir!
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches, and I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Yup. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, a single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. Not because of that article. Written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. They struggled along with the hypotheses anyway. We all did, or to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious!
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. It was hardly a wrench. Yeah? Yeah? Sure? Sure about that? Being forced out of the university because of Logan was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Attention.
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? Probably the person that gave you the award. Sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea I was happy to leave university because I lack talent? You didn't lack talent, sir.
Take that!
You remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
The greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. Recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects in the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you're a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Esmond was. When it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear. They had no intention of forgiving the man. So, are you going to admit it, or we need even more? The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. He's not going to fold, is he? He's not going to fold. He's not going to fold, is he? Who? What? Where? Is it juror number 4? The scientist? No. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition I'd kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
Even she was like, dude, come on. Dr. Sith, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sith, you'll go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. Oh! Oh my god. Drebber really is conniving. I didn't think that part. I thought they're working from before that, but I guess not. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. Made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Oh my god. Goes all the way up. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, when you say to that, your accomplice admit everything. Surely it goes without saying. Do you admit your partner too, then? Nope. I admit nothing. He's doubling down. At all. What? He's triple downing. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's nothing really no possible way to you prove I did anything wrong. No.
Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I'd admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks... Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Sith has admitted to allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence!
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Does the prosecution defense have any other matters to discuss?
Not in this particular case. I don't know. Doesn't feel quite right. I don't think... I Dr. Sith suddenly admit to it like that. Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Except for the way the trial is set to end now, that will certainly deliver not guilty. Is that really what we want? What do you mean it wasn't what we want? Defense to be pushed now is... There is more to this. There is more to this. Ugh. We need to find out the truth. We need to find it out.
Objection!
Defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
You demand one final testimony. Oh?
What?
Okay. Let's see where we go with this.
You do realize about to adjudicate favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Well, I'm not my right mind, thank you very much. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth. And a way to bring it all into the open. Right! Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Yeah, no. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. To secure an acquittal. Obviously. That's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. That's why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature collaboration of Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! Case has escaped your attention. I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollow bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? That's what you call it?
But what is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sith, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. Yeah, we still know exactly what happened that day. Like, how it all worked. Hopefully she'll tell us. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is stated secret at the highest level. I had to protect it.
Oh boy!
So I was right. The stage of the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the bodies being the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and that only on my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. Can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression of Dr. Sith's face! It's defense's right to cross-examine a witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well, if you so desire, counsel. Proceed the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Let's do it. What part do we want to hear, really? Okay, let's start pressing here, because the first statement's just going to be repeating stuff.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim in the waxwork. You switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's bodies hadn't been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork, routed and sent it by carriage to a specified address at a specified time. Why are you given such directions? Presumably, so could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. They put the birdcage back in the experimentation stage. Hold on. Something still doesn't seem right. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you're focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Oh, how'd you arrange it? Let's hear it. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions of the engineer's note said something along the lines of... Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmon. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Oh boy. There was a void underneath the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged into the man's chest. Ba-bam. And then you know that in your fake autopsy report, there's a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Sith's last statement. It's playing in my mind, that's all. It is for me, too. Yeah, mine too. See, all three of us are in agreement. Dr. Sith. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? I want her to supplement her testimony with is... probably what she did, because we already know the causes of death, and what specifically she did. How you stabbed yourselves in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Yes.
Very well, you'll supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. Okay. Now let's take a look here. Autopsy report. Sharp implement to the chest. Broken vertebra. Yep. Screwdriver with the blood on it. Yep. And the photograph. Yep. But if he was already dead, why is there blood dripping down? I don't know a lot about biology, but that doesn't seem right to me personally. Also, hold on. Why is it dripping that way? If he's lying down. Wait a minute. Yeah, he'd be standing up, wouldn't he? Hold on. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Objection.
Hold on. Okay. God, nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, just one point. It seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. It shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph and death. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we've already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with its statement?
The stab wound, right here. Why's the blood going? Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends a downwards direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel? victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Bah! Of course! No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Smith made a very clear testimony just now. At the point at which he stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim, it was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. The victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound was spread out equally in all directions. But to form the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, must be the case when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Short, Dr. Sith. Your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Oh god. Where's this going? I knew it. I was right. I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. Fallen under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sith. Claim you're coerced in helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. Claim made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. One of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us, there's only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
What is it, man? Counsel Cleese took upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. What Dr. Sith's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of testimony.
I think the stabbing... I think it's the stabbing, yeah. Because, you know... Wait, we really just went over that, but I guess we should try it anyway. The answer is very simple. You consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound would seep downwards as it did, I'm sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen outside when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection! That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that's the misapprehension. Oh, he didn't die from the fall, did he? He was alive. When the birdcage fell from the stage in the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh, but he would have survived. Oh my god. Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Probably lost consciousness for a while. When he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. I still don't know it's supposed to be Scythe or Forsyth. Like Scythe like Forsyth or Sith. I was thinking Sith like Sithis, but that's not right. Oh, that could also be right. I don't know, man. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. Changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Sir Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Sith Scythe. Oh boy.
Order! Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? Hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you're accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I'd do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. It's not hard to establish the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. Possible reason why I have to kill Mr. Asman. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Sith there. Ooh, you are right.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
Sure is no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene, and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. This particular object explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Iron mask, scalpels, the screwdriver. Scalpels? What's scalpels for? The iron mask? Like, that's a state secret, but I don't think it's worth killing a man over. What do you mean scalpels? Eh? Scalpels? Scalpels? We did look at the scalpels. This is so bizarre that it has to be it, right? Like, the iron mask alone, I don't think is worth killing a man over. Because that has nothing to do with Asman himself. So I guess we'll go scalpels and see where it takes us, because I do not remember exactly what this means. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
Ah. It appeared that word struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on, out with it! It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Alright, okay, we did see scalpels here. Oh, they bought tons of scalpels! Right, they bought tons of scalpels for no reason. Look, it's a big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Is that how... Why, though? Why scalpels?
500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month in the department's accounts. Blackmail! Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. He may have well stumbled upon information he was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that would use to rack money for her for the next decade.
A darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely for your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. The sounds of the blackmail who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Are you finally going to get some answers here? Perhaps? It's very little the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth case can never be properly established unless you speak out. If you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. Certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick! I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's oracle deprived you of 10 years earlier. The revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events was all true.
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sith, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. Didn't remember who I was, of course. Just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who had handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Wow. So we're gonna find out who the professor was, or actually gets those who ruin your future justifies revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, carrying your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? The defendant, man! Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But I had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he'd be forever branded the failure as a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago. Ours misconduct left your life in tatters. Remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I guess we win.
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Sith?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain...
Yes?
Seems there's a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I spent my life thinking nothing but my research, misguidedly believing I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
The derision of which he referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury...
Yes, my lord.
Is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused? Presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but is it the right decision? It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant...
Yay, we did it. We done it. There's still so many questions, though. There's still so many questions. Who is the professor? What are the hounds? Who's the guy? Who's Kazuma?
Court is adjourned.
Oh boy. It's over. That was some trial. Once again, Ryunosuke has implicated people very high up on the ladder. And Lord Chief Justice is not going to be happy about that, I'm sure. We're going to lose our license again. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is it? It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm glad it's all been cleared up. I realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis inside. Well, just as a memento, then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis of my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I... Can't allow that. Oh. Can't allow that. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barrock!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You're like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
I knew it! I knew it! Sorry, or the defense. Did I just hear that right? I always knew they'd have my best interest at heart. Don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your quit will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barrock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrock. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
The Reaper! Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Harris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I think it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, you know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina are completely innocent.
True, and perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Barrock!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? Court, where people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes it feels though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes, alright. Well then, Miss Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. There you go.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense with pending doom as he walked away this time. What? The enigma, Baron Van Zeeks. Baron Van Zeeks, what does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Oh boy. The Old Bailey courtroom.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence can be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards Uniponies comes from.
Oh, we're finally finding this out, huh? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Man, you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I'd guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Can you tell me what happened, please?
The Professor.
Was he Japanese?
Thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint von Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. The exchange program seen Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training prosecutor's office. One day Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept in their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit. It made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. But I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
Plain sight?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? There's a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries had deep and extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was... Oh, he got the key, didn't he?
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Hey, what can I say? I got his voice perfectly right.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Who is it? 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 Who is it?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That
Well,
face.
he's not just Japanese, though. Oh, don't tell me. Is it Kazuma's dad or something?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It is him. It's Kazuma's dad.
What? Father?
It's Kazuma's dad. Oh boy.
Kazuma!
He's back.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke.
Hey.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Yeah, we can give the hand. We can give
I
the
knew
sword.
you wouldn't die that easily.
The sword and
Cosmo.
band back.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
Is this the thing that he mentioned he wanted to do?
I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Do it. Do it. Kill him. Do it. Nice.
Kazuma-sama.
The deed is done.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about,
Yep.
but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Okay. Bye. Oh, sure. Bye, I guess.
That's all Kazuma said.
Alright. Cool.
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Wow. So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? When he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Oh. He just fades away. He doesn't even just walk out of the room, he just fades. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. Took time with just having father around. Just when I was starting to get used to it. He called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. That the friend had left behind a son. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was starting to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I started to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, the young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Well, there are 2 chapters left in this game, so... well then, that happened. Man. Achievement, the demasking. Well. What's this case gonna be about? Oh my god. This would be a fine place for the case to end. For me to end the case. But... I kinda want to see where this... I kinda want to see the start of this. Screw it. Let's at least see the beginning of this. See if I want to keep going until the next stop. Next, like, save point.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement.
Doggy.
A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night.
Can we get to find out about the dog, finally?
And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Oh boy. So, Karma and the Last Bow. What could this be? Alright. 8 days after the earth-shattering trial in Cosmo Graney's memory, we're in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh? Why? Why are we here? It's the beginning of Luigi's Mansion 3, isn't it? Get us out of here! Professor Mikotoba's due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sasan hasn't been the same since what happened. Yeah, I wouldn't be either. Not that I'm surprised. Truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? There's actually the mass murder of the professor, you mean? I know it's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. It probably means he knows then. But Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and he's regained his memory now. Oh, there she is. Oh, hello? Oh, I didn't recognize him in the suit. Oh my god, that's a judge too. Oh my god. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. And Judge Shigoki is here too. Hello, Miss Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure.
You've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the sea.
It has?
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive at the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him before.
Take it from your expression, you can't quite place me.
In that case, how about a little reminder, Seshiro? Firm tap should do it.
Yes.
Firm tap? What?
Here we go, then. Hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty!
Oh, you're...
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you have remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! My boy.
Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing at the time.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, never thought I'd be back.
Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seshiro?
What are you talking about, Eugen?
Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father, Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage search at the border took a lot of time. Must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, knew you were jealous.
Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seshiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. His personal insistence allowed you to take Kazuma's place here in the study tour.
Guilty as charged!
Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes now, Naruhodo. Received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that, Some things came to light in a trial you were involved in 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Oh boy, we get to talk about this now. Well, first, so how's the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards.
Wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago.
No, that's true. I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drafting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes. Though only for one night. Yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover.
Just in time for the symposium, in fact. Starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you're invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seshiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. Sure, that's why I was invited. I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default.
Speak for yourself, Hyujin. You're a close friend of the Professor of Forensic Science at a major hospital.
Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really.
No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. The Professor, the killer, took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy. It's actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct.
Genshin Asogi. I'm bad at Japanese pronunciation, so I don't know if it's Asogi or Asogi. I don't know. I'm not changing what I'm saying, though. I've been saying it all this time. Genshin. Impact? You knew, I presume, Father? Yes. He was a close friend at the time.
Genshin came to Britain as police detective, studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts.
It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth. He was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even our homeland. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness.
However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year. Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice to Lord Van Zieks.
What? What? That's news to us!
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part, then. Yeah, he's back. As you know, we both thought Kazuma died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. I did know. Is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished.
Sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong trying to ascertain what happened, but to no avail.
But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? Never dared to even dream it.
Why on earth the young men not make contact? The government police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seemed that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When I first came across him again here in London, I didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable.
Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I'll speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Where is he, actually? Is he in Lord Van Zieks' office? Or what?
That began 16 years ago now. Distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Asugi, and myself. We're the original three. First traditional scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study.
Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at university at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
Went to do research at the Great London Hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan.
Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Not more talk of graves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work.
So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man.
Yes, but then of course, now 6 years here, everything changed with that dreadful case. Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders.
Simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years.
I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but
you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you?
Well, suffice to say, after that trial, we were sent back to Japan.
There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now.
Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Nope, there she goes. Sounds gone off on a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. That's a big responsibility representing our entire country. Wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. Hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh, no, I mean, if I was looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. Thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, 16 years ago I started my long study tour in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yeah, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Did her mom die, I'm guessing? Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. It was then that Seshiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain.
I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany to London.
So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. The world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, Hey, I know that guy. I'm so sorry that took so long. Mrs. Sato. Now then, let's take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags.
One moment, if you please, porter.
Of course, sir.
That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe.
Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir.
I think given the occasion, we can justify the expense.
Ah, yes, of course.
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Miss Naruhodo. This will make my father very happy, I think. We don't get to hear the favor. No. Well, I'm pleased then. You were interrupted before. Miss McToba's about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect ours have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. Getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. I don't know how high we are in Lord Strongheart's opinion, especially after we went against the orders to... Well, I guess that's more on Lord Van Zeek's than anything. Alice has tea waiting for us. Let's go, though. Ooey, ooey. What was that? A man screaming! Most unflattering way. Do you think... Could it be Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, do hope not. Don't do it anymore! Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Oh, right, you do. You're coming for me now, down the clink. No, not in prison. It's dark and damp and I don't like it. Oh, the darkness, it is my friend. I'm not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I'll sit quietly into the dark and play our next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll fist out the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, a great detective. Oh boy. Hey, that's Cosmo's mask. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Rudo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. Hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Yes, of course. You're John H. Wilson. Yep, we're, So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest problems known to man. Oh, God. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe that some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? What's wrong with your hair? Is something wrong, Miss Nahodo? Do I have a chroma such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. But whatever is going on here today? In that case, let's set a drink now. For I'm, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Hey, let's examine this real quick. The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeek as his apprentice. Guess it's after the trial yard day. I just sort of picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. He has his memory back now, doesn't he? I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Uh-oh. Okay, now let's talk. Let's talk about the visitors first. Mr. Sholmes, who are the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you're the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver their own detective ally. We should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is constantly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it! A bungler, that's the word! It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. How's that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It was in the newspaper. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, it's not obvious, my dear madam. The problem of rent! Oh. Are we out of... Are we out of money? But... Did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspo's only the other day? Pshaw, large sum! What potted herb for Iris and new motor car for me later? It all of us quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. For the coming month, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue. Before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that's changed. You should notice it to the end, I think. In the end... Been stabbing in both eyes from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this rod goes on much longer. The lie you told. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us... I'll now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. The case aboard the SS Bureau in January. Kaza wasn't killed, and he knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh! I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Back to happy music! Yay! Can we talk to Iris? No, we can't. Do we go then? No. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? No, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's gonna be a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. That would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Mrs. Sato. You are joking, aren't you? What else do we ask Mr. Sholmes, then? Oh, it's a newspaper here. Look at last week's edition. What's the article circling the red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Headed League." The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... There's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Let's take a look at the court record. Let's examine this. Count late Eliza Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA. Now a vacancy open. As a member of the league salary, £4 a week for purely nominal services. Oh. Interesting. Anyway, let us present. Looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? The Red-Headed League. This is extremely suspicious. So was the Red-Headed League, which seems to be subject to the advertisement you circled. You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? Why are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every redhead person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. I might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Blunder? What do you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Mrs. Sato, but you see, top my head is neither dyed nor hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into the method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one hair flame like red. Would you like to try it? It'll make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs always happen by such fears. Oh, I should have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. Mean to say... But of course! To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. pedigree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the redhead like were interviewing prospective new members. Sworn wrong. The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. When the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Oh. Oh. You're too famous. So naturally I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I told that pair to the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those 2 redheads. What? Okay, but what happened there? Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before they were expecting a guest today. Indeed, Mrs. Sato, that's correct. No, not one of those redhead gentlemen that were here before. Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is a client. Oh? A young gentleman wishes to appoint the service of a great detective, no less. Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. We must stay and observe the fashion which a great detective receives his customers. Must we? I have you in my clutches now, Rent, just as I have you in my clutches, redheads. That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. That feels as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. We do have other things to do. Let's go. Man, what's Lord Chief just... Uh-oh. Never mind. Uh-oh. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented the original with the figures you asked for from the yard.
I see. Excellent work. Thank you.
You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. Really don't need any more attention. They noticed.
My apologies. Sid knows you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here.
Now then, Miss Naruto.
Yes, my lord. I'm right here. I got some splaining to do, I guess.
Something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, our experience drew at such perfect temperature.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting in your capable hands, then, Lord Van Zeeks.
I will attend at once. The glare. Gave me a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know. I haven't done it. I haven't done anything, have I? Oh, we have.
These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. A dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action spectacular fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruto, he's talking about Dr. Sith! Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just,
Fear not. Done nothing wrong. But it's his own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You need concern yourself with it any further.
That'd be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh, missing? What's become of Cosmo-sama now? Let's find out. Oh, first fact about the symposium.
Not long ago, the students figured his number to the Great Exhibition exceed 30 million.
30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
I'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparation and negotiation with other countries.
Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. Cooperating police organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark for a symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of the Great British Empire. Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. Every bit as passionate in your own way. I'm sure, Miss Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future embrace of forensic science. It's my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General from the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
Yeah, so how are they holding up?
First established the forensic investigation team a year ago. Experimentally to start with. Dr. Sith at the helm, steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial. You simply couldn't have overlooked what happened, though.
Of course not. You should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
More power to you, I guess. What about Lord Van Zeek's apprentice?
Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place?
Came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my! So he stowed away to get here!
He had no papers to identify him, no passport. He was suffering from amnesia, too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues about who he was. So I decided to assign Lord Van Zeek's, and we could keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask?
Didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
Guess it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask.
It would be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
I think you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Genshin Asugi. When we learned from that trial 8 days ago, it was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was...
Ah, yes. Genshin Asugi. The Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They're such awful murders, and unprecedented. Using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
But no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of mass murderer?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so fair few thinkers in London believed, anyway.
Right, I see. It was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Alright, guess we're going back. See the client. Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client, with money to spend. Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Oh god. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Hurlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Oh, it's the juror. Please find my husband, he's run away! To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Miss Naruto? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now that you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth have little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman lady would be... Oh, me. What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing. I'll never get my hopes up. Sure. Okay. Sorry for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my! Pshaw, my dear fellow, what's your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial feature of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it seems to send shivers down my spine. I can't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It's frippery, really, nothing more. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it'd be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Entirely unremarkable gentleman. By appearance, at least. How long have you been married? It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship. My husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. You're just the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty. He rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I feel must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. Quite beside myself. Husband's point is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. Okay. I do normally want to end like when the save things happen, but I do actually should be going. I do grammar words good. Let us save right here. And we will continue this next time. This was fun though. This was fun though. Yeah, let's actually leave the music on since we have it. Okay. Hey, hope you enjoyed that. It's fun as always. I do have some ideas for different streams in the future, don't worry. But for now, I hope you've been enjoying this. It's fun. As you can tell, I get really into the story. Where's it all going? Ugh. Man. Anyway, that's it for today. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And I'll see you guys next time, everyone. Bye-bye.